Гордана, можете вие прво да најавите? Да.
Može, hvala. Okay, hello everybody. Thank you for participating on the meeting of today. This is the European level consultation session. And today is the meeting when we are meeting all together. With the idea, with the aim to develop policy proposals based on the discussions that are going to happen today. And the outcomes out of today's discussion is going to be summed up in a report of 10 pages by Professor Mr. Lazar Jovevski. We are welcoming him, and thanks for being project expert, main project expert, and leading this project in a very nice path to the improving of the social dialogue in all those countries, and support developing the relationships between the social parties. Today, we're supposed to have a representative from Industrial, but I have just received a message from the person, Ms. Teuta, who's supposed to be here today, that she felt sick and she's in the urgency center, and unfortunately she could not join us. While the other person is Correga, who's supposed to be here as well, but last week, Mr. Valentin knows that they have been in Budapest, and they have a congress. So today they have a day off, and they could not join us to give us their feedback on the EU social dialogue, on the role of the social dialogue, and how do they see this and those improvements. Anyway, we are going to contact them by mail in the upcoming days, so they can give their statement, and their statement is going to be included in the 10 pages of report of the policy proposals that are going to be written in the upcoming period, and those proposals are going to be sent to all of you, to all your organizations. So I would like to give a floor maybe first to Mr. Valentin Valchev to welcome you, as to say some few words to all partner organizations, and afterwards Mr. Lazar to start the project meeting. Thank you very much.
Благодаря, Гордана. Здравейте и от мен на всички. Надявам се, че ви намирам в...
Good morning, Gordana. Good morning, everyone. I hope you were well today, that you were in good health as well. This is another meeting of the PEESD project for promoting social dialogue in European energy sector. The last meeting was held on the last day of March, and since that date, a lot of changes have happened. And just like Gordana said, I also went to Budapest to take part in the Congress, and we discussed, among others, social dialogue. We also spoke about the Green Deal, and this is a vital topic for all of us. In my welcome and opening speech, I would like to quote something. There has been a publication presented by Professor Lazar. And according to this, social dialogue has become a very important part of industrial relations. And the goal of social dialogue is to promote a wider collaboration between trade unions, workers, and employers. And this is of particular importance for the energy sector, which has undergone tremendous changes in the last few years. And for all of us, it is a very important topic. And the energy systems of the EU member states, but also of the candidates to the EU, must be unified in those difficult times. And we know that times are tough because of the war in the north and in the south. We have to be vigilant, we have to be cautious. And social dialogue is important not only today, it is important also for the future generations. I hope this meeting will be as productive as our previous meetings. I'm very happy to see all of you.
Сакам да искажам голем поздрав до господин Валентин Волчев, кој што е како организација.
Good morning. I would like to thank Valentin Volchev, who is the leader of this project, for his welcoming words. Mrs. Koleva from Bulgaria also represents, is a member of our project team. And I am looking forward to an opportunity to meet all of you face to face. Valentin and myself and all of us, well, we have been using those digital platforms and the digital tools and the online tools so far, but we are waiting impatiently for an opportunity to meet face to face, because the meeting face to face is always better. But we want to exchange our views and our positions in any way we can. We would like to build a better world in Europe, a world that will be based on our organizations. And I would like to stress the huge role that our organizations play in building this new, better world. Mr. Valentin Volchev has mentioned in his opening speech that the world is changing really fast, especially in the energy sector. And a question should be asked: how fast the changes are in the energy sector and what shape they take. Us, as organizations from the energy sector, can become a very important actor on this arena. And we want to be part of the process happening before our eyes. Because the labor world is changing, and we are partly responsible for these changes. What we want to do is to voice our position, and we want our voices to be heard. The just transition and the green transition are still underway. And us, the trade union organizations and employer associations, come to the conclusion that there is one important value that is missing in all of this. Our voice is simply not heard. It's not taken into account, and it should be heard, because it's us who should shape the process. And we want to create good working relationships in the labor world, and they must be healthy and productive. And who should do it? It's us, the project members, the project partners. So our colleague from Industrial is not going to join our meeting today, regrettably, due to some unforeseen circumstances. I only hope he is well and that he will be able to join us. If not during this meeting, then perhaps during the next meeting. In Belgium, it is a bank holiday today, and perhaps this was impossible to find a replacement for this colleague from Industrial. But we should not regard it as an obstacle to our very productive meeting. And as we've heard, our colleagues from Industrial will be able to present their position in writing, and then it will be included in the report. When I look at the agenda, I can see all the project partners from Poland, from Portugal, from Macedonia, from Bulgaria. Mr. Vasilev and Ms. Darina have already greeted you, but I'd like to welcome you warmly to this meeting. So happy to see all of you from various countries and various organizations. I know personally some of the colleagues from Poland, and I can also see Maria Ivanovic. And I can see a colleague from Portugal and Mr. Simon from Poland and Mrs. Teodosia, a circle of close friends. I can also see Mr. Żarko from North Macedonia. So we are a very strong group and we will definitely have a very successful meeting. I have an idea for today. I do not want to monopolize this meeting. I want you to take the floor one by one. And mostly, I would like Mr. Volchev to take the floor and give us an overview of the situation in the energy sector. I would like us to make comparisons of the current situations in various countries, but also I would like us to take the opportunity and to deepen our knowledge here for us to be able to work effectively in the coming months. So first of all, we will talk about the policies that govern this sector, and later on we will speak about the opportunities and planned changes in the energy sector. And after the coffee break, we will hold another discussion, a discussion between our partners, and it will be dedicated to the role of national social partners in EU social dialogue. I think it's a very interesting topic, and all of you will participate. Now, let me move on to my presentation I have prepared for today. So this is the presentation I have drafted for today's meeting. Can you see the presentation in your screens? Hopefully that's the case. So today we are going to talk about promoting social dialogue in European energy sector. And this is the motto for today's discussions. It's just one sentence that I often use. And today I have decided to share it with you. Social dialogue is an expression of the maturity of social partners to resolve labor and social issues jointly and through dialogue. In addition to that, there is one more thing I'd like to share. If we are successful in decentralizing things in social dialogue, we will be able to achieve meaningful results. But in order to do this, we need a certain level of maturity. And to be considered mature, we must work hand in hand. We must come to an agreement. We must be in dialogue. We must discuss things. And these are the components that are indispensable for social dialogue. And also, it requires some personal qualities from the partners to be able to join the dialogue, and so that we can resolve any issues related to work and the labor market. And even if there is goodwill on both sides, sometimes the partners are not mature enough, and that's why issues cannot be resolved. So the first condition, the prerequisite, is the goodwill. And the next step is reaching a certain level of maturity. So we won't be able to engage in a meaningful dialogue at the highest possible level if the partners are not mature enough. And I believe it's a good introduction to the topic we are going to focus on today. I believe that the issues and challenges existing in the European energy sector should be resolved through a tripartite social dialogue. So, who needs to be involved? The trade unions, the politicians, and also the employers, which means the energy sector and the big companies in the energy sector. And of course, the sector can be held by the state, but it also can be held by private companies. And there is this division into the private energy sector and the public energy sector. But as I said in the beginning, it's the state that shapes the national policies and that implements the European Green Deal. And it's the state that pursues a certain vision of what the energy transition involves. And if the state and if the politicians at the national level do not have a vision of partnership, then that means there is no political will to bring everything to a successful end. And on the other hand, the trade unions and the employers, it's not only they should engage in dialogue, they simply must engage in social dialogue so that the social issues can be resolved successfully. If even one of these three social partners is not mature enough, then the dialogue will not be successful. And what does it mean to be mature enough? Being mature means having a vision. Being mature is being able to seek a solution and also being empathetic, finding a common language with the partner you are talking to. And this all can be referred to as maturity. And if that maturity is lacking, it's really difficult for social dialogue to operate effectively. And then the social dialogue is somehow weakened and is not powerful enough. It's not that the social partners do not engage in dialogue, but at the end of the day, when the partners sit at the table, then you can realize if they are mature enough and if they are ready to engage in social dialogue. I am emphasizing this yet again because I have come across this at many levels. In my country, within the trade unions, at the EU level, there is a legal system that provides framework for problem or issue resolution, and that's true. There are also EU directives that in theory should resolve any issues in the world of labor. There are also norms and standards you have to conform to. So you could say even that all the legal aspects are covered and everything, the background is well prepared. But in order to be successful and to be effective, you need to resolve all your issues in a mature way.
What needs to go hand in hand with maturity is vision. It's great if social partners have a joint common vision for the development and transformation in the sector. It's hardly ever the case because the trade unions may have a different idea, focusing on the well-being of workers and their interests. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the representatives of workers and of employers, have a different vision, which does not coincide with the vision of workers. But it is to be expected. We should not lie to ourselves. It is often the case that trade unions and employers have conflicting interests. So, as a result, we need to balance walking along a very thin line, and it is only the appearance of a social dialogue. Unfortunately, there are many different attitudes, many different ways to implement social policies. And as a result, honest, open social dialogue is unlikely to take place. It is not only theory, but also practice. However, oftentimes we come across a situation I would like to draw your attention to right now. So at the first glance, it would seem that social partners have divergent, conflicting interests. It's about social dialogue in the energy sector. So initially, these interests may seem conflicting, but over time, they align. It doesn't mean that social partners have the same vision. Young people do not want to train and engage in labor-intense work in the sector. Labor unions have a completely different point of view. They want to defend workers' rights, and employers have yet another vision. They lay off workers, especially the older ones, unable to keep up to pace with the new technologies. But the most important thing for social dialogue is the human being. So, social dialogue is a tool which should produce a situation where different interests are disclosed, they are revealed, and then within a single community, a national community, but also within this one vision, we can reach a consensus and show the way social dialogue should be. In theory, it sounds good, but in practice, we are dealing with immense problems. Interactions that we create, interactions that we engage in, are interactions between workers, between employers who have capital, who invest in the economy, but also politicians who are trying to promote their own interests. It is sometimes the case that these visions align. It is quite rare, to be honest, but revealing these similarities and transforming them into decisions that pursue aligned goals is very difficult. And in the end, what we want is to develop a joint solution, bearing in mind that we are different as people and our interests are different. I wanted to present social dialogue in a slightly critical light. I wanted to draw attention to the pressure that is being exerted on some of its participants, but now I wanted to move to some specific questions and specific problems inherent to this issue. So I wanted to start with the role of social dialogue. And what we have in here are three basic tasks. We have three central pillars essential for shaping the energy policy. First of all, the European energy policy, from the political standpoint, poses some risks for coherence. So the key aspect is the legal political one. And what follows from it is the economic impact. What follows is an attempt at establishing some balance in the economic policy. And finally, the third role of social dialogue is this social aspect. Since we are aiming at a social balance, social equilibrium, and welfare at the national level, as well as at the European level, there is one thing I wonder about. Whenever I listen to debates or I read about European matters, I watch TV, I watch also French TV. Whenever I come across topics related to energy transition, I notice one thing. French people who are experts when it comes to social dialogue are still not ready to engage in the implementation of a social policy or to transfer this large-scale social policy into this new national matrix, including also the European aspects and European institutions. So, at the national level in France, there is no such readiness yet. We know that the European Union no longer is the union of 28 countries after Brexit, and the debates in the media during the Brexit campaign focused on many different issues. In the English society, the key problem was the lack of social equilibrium, more even than the economic one. And the key goal was to achieve this economic equilibrium, taking into account the social factor. So, at times, we are witnessing this direct conflict, a collision of interests. Who is involved in such conflicts? The authorities, trade unions. There are differences that emerge in the understanding of the social dialogue model, the path for its future development, as well as the energy policy and its future. The tendencies that we can outline for the decades to come could be summarized in the following way. So, we have the European bureaucracy and some difficulties transferring European policies to the national level. It's also hard to demonstrate what Europe should look like and what European energy policy should look like when it comes to the European continent as such, or the European Union, to be more precise. All of that is subject to pressure within European institutions as well as national institutions. Before continuing with this topic, I would like you to tell me something about some specific contexts inherent to your national national situation. How is this European policy being implemented in your countries? But it's different when it comes to social policies and social dialogue at the national level and at the European level. These two dialogue levels do not align. The development of European energy policies obviously translates into national policies. All of that is intertwined, interrelated, both institutionally and legally. But there is a but. Within European Union, there's been a sort of deformation of European policy at the European level. We do not have flexible energy tools. We do have some tools, but it does not translate into the situation in specific countries. So I'm very glad to have here some colleagues from Poland who have their precious experiences, and they will be able to tell us about their own problem and explain how the European policy translates into the energy policy of their own country. So, Spain, for instance, is very much committed to the implementation of the Green Deal, growing the number of green workplaces. But in other countries, the context is quite different. So it would be useful to see a comparison of these national contexts. We are creating so-called inclusive policies. But we do not want to proceed with the transition, excluding workers who play a fundamental role from the social structural perspective. So, how do we perceive energy transition in our countries, in our specific social contexts, in the specific parts of the European Union? So, let me pause for a moment right now and go back to you. So, I wanted to give you now an opportunity to join our discussion. I believe I have presented an introduction that was extensive enough. So now let me move on to your ideas, your positions. What do you think about the economic policy, and what is your understanding of just transition? What can be done to ensure that the social policies do not suffer and we can eventually call this transition socially equitable and just? So over to you. Good morning, my name is Ewa Białkowska and I am the head of OPZZ for the Dolnośląskie region. I believe my colleagues from the Federation of Mining would be the best ones to share the views. For many years now, they've been engaged in consultations with the employers and with the government. So now I would like to invite my colleague Bogumił Tyszkiewicz to take the floor.
Good morning, my name is Bogumił Tyszkiewicz and I represent the Federation of Lignite Mining Workers, obviously. As my colleague has said, we've been participating in consultations, discussions across many different levels, focusing on just transition. As a social partner, we have noted that just transition is being interpreted in different ways by different groups. On top of that, we have noticed that the government of our country is not ready. For many years, it has not done the effort to prepare itself for the transition. There are no ideas, no plans. And the key defender of the coal-based energy generation or fossil fuel-based energy generation and the sovereignty of our state, as well as decently paid workers who won't find any work there or elsewhere. I have to say that the topic is difficult. The energy policy, in our view, is not in the hands of specialists. The research is not credible. The global warming, is it really caused by fossil fuel-based energy generation? Europe has sacrificed itself, dedicating itself to combating climate change under the banner of green transition. We are trying to convert fossil fuel-based energy generation into other renewable sources. It's not always something that brings positive outcomes. Just last May, we know what happened in Spain, in Portugal, and recently in Poland, we had to import energy from Ukraine. So what we can see is that this sector is not ready for the change. We, as trade unions, are focusing mostly on the social aspects, workers, jobs, and we are focusing our efforts on this field. So we want to make the government aware of the fact that the transition should not be at the expense of the communities, of the society. The governments, EU institutions impose the policies on many different countries. But in this case, 100% of the cost should be covered by he who postulates the change. This is not the case. The consequences of implementing the policies, the costs, are borne by the citizens. And here we need solutions. It shouldn't simply be based on talking, on discussions. Discussions work if they bring tangible effects, things that can be implemented in practice. But our experience has shown that we are talking, and no such outcomes are produced. The government goes on with implementing its policy. These actions have been imposed and pre-planned for several years ahead. So what we want is to make sure that the social impact is mitigated. So I believe that Artur and Aga will be the people who will be able to elaborate on these matters. These are my trade union colleagues, my friends. We are trying to work together and make decision makers aware of the seriousness of the topic, the Green Deal, energy transition, and the potential adverse effects that the policy can cause. So for the time being, that's all from myself, and maybe I will speak again later on. Now, if I may, I would like to hand over the mic to Artur or Adam.
Господин Богомил, аз ви благодарам, но пред да се включи
Thank you very much,
Артур,
Bogumil.
аз би сакал
But before we let Artur or Adam speak, I have a question, if you allow me.
директно во одредени преговори.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have understood that you were involved in the process of negotiating with the government. I am interested in your opinion on a scale from 0 to 6. What is the value of the dialogue with the representatives of the authorities? You have spoken previously that you engaged in conversations with the government. Well, the negotiations with the government is a broad concept, maybe too broad even. We went to a meeting of a parliamentary committee, and that committee focused on energy and actually the mine in Turów, Poland. And we were under the impression that the parliamentary committee was appointed to focus on energy transition. And actually, it was only for the small region in Poland, Turów. And we had the impression that the MPs had no idea what they were discussing. They were not prepared. They don't have any concept. They don't know anything about the Green Deal. They were only discussing decommissioning the units of that plant. Actually, the transition topic is spread across 4 different ministries, and we engage in conversation with each of these ministries, but we discuss totally different issues, and it's just purely talk. And the talk does not lead to anything. So we want the old jobs to be replaced with the new jobs. We talk about the green transition, we talk about the energy transition, and this is not streamlined. This is not consistent. So we just hold various conversations because that's required. And that's what usually happens. The talk between the government and the social partners must take place, but they are not that effective. But they do not bring about desired changes, and we will never achieve the effect that we want, that the transition is just, that the transition is fair for everyone. And we believe, we the trade unions believe, that the government is responsible for introducing the reforms. So that's the reality. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Now I am more aware of certain things, and I hope that everybody has a better understanding of what the situation is in Poland. Perhaps now we can give the floor to Artur, who can elaborate on this. In Poland, the social dialogue should definitely be continued. And there is one thing I would like to add. Well, there is a part that is missing about the understanding of social dialogue in the energy sector. We, as the trade union representatives, we represent the interests of workers, but we are also workers ourselves. And among our people, we have outstanding experts who should have a say in the energy policies and in the policies pursued by big plants. And sometimes it is neglected at the EU level or at the national level. And the politicians speak about trends or policies or directions in Europe, and they fail to consult us. And we are experts, we are specialists too. We have the technical expertise they can definitely use. And right now, this energy sector in Europe is really interconnected, and we must provide accessible energy, which is also affordable. And energy transition should involve countries discussing their own capabilities and the conditions in which they operate. We should be able to talk about the accessibility of renewable and energy resources. We should give feedback to the EU about our capabilities. And this is the element that is missing right now. We seem to have forgotten about this. Europe is not identical. We have various capabilities. Even the sun shines differently on the EU member states. And transition should not only be about decommissioning and the decarbonization. And that's what we are hearing all the time. Decarbonization is the most important. And we want to go through the transition, but we want to retain energy security of our country. And we also want the jobs to be retained, but we also want energy to be accessible. Today, nobody can tell us how we should transition from one energy system to another whilst retaining all the jobs. Today, only people want to get the money for decommissioning plants, and we will not allow that. We are engaged in conversation with people who manage mining, who manage energy production, and they do not want to say yes to decommissioning if they see that there will be no alternative workplaces. We do not have an industrial policy. We do not have an energy policy. We should take a holistic approach to all these systems and see them as one. So when in Spain there was a blackout due to relying on renewable energy only, and there was no backup plan. And here in Poland, we want to have a backup plan because we want to ensure energy security. So these power units should not be decommissioned, and they should provide such backup. Well, the situation is difficult. There is a war in Ukraine. And also, what we cannot forget about is that the workers from the energy sector should move to a different sector, which are also decent. And also, at the same time, we want to guarantee energy security all over Europe. And this is what the politicians should talk about with us and fall on our expertise, because all of us in Europe are connected to this one energy system that is interconnected. Today, we voice our concerns, but nobody is listening to us. It's not just the severance payments that we want. We want secure workplaces. We want secure energy. A couple of days ago, on the 5th of May, there was a shortage of energy. And we took almost 400 megawatts of energy for a couple of hours from the European system. And at that time, the price of energy was 10 times higher than the standard price. So today, someone who sells energy raises prices whenever there is a shortage, and they make more money, they make a bigger profit. And that's not what energy security is about. We want the energy to be accessible. We want energy to be affordable. It should not be a luxury commodity. So this should be normally accessible in every country. And that's all from me. And if you have any questions, I'll be able to handle them later. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was really interesting. Thank you. You have spoken about very important aspects of energy transition. So we have heard from you, and now I'd like to address everyone. And it's very important. Access to work. If we prepare a transition, I'm not only speaking about the energy transition, and if we prepare it at the European level, then you and I ask a question, how to do it, how to go about it. There are some financial facilities, so there are some funds. But what is missing is the way of implementing the transition intelligently. So, how can we get green energy? How can we get energy security? How can we retain the jobs? In our countries, given the circumstances of each particular country. Artur spoke about the pain points that are particularly acute in Poland. And I would like to summarize it with a constructive conclusion. Well, the money is available. You can take a loan, you can use a facility for example, at the national level. But the way you implement transition matters. 90% of success depends on the way in which transition is implemented. So how can we do it holistically? How can we achieve all of this and looking at a holistic approach? How do we get the main prize? We will try to understand it here, and we will try to find a solution, but it's not going to be easy. Why is that? It's because we have various interests. Well, implementation of a transition in a dictatorship is simple. One decree is enough, and then implementation is the fact. Some of us come from former communist countries, And we know how it was done in the past. There was a top-down order issued and things had to happen. However, our countries are now democratic and our economies are also democratic. And we must definitely employ a holistic approach, and we must definitely use social dialogue to ensure seamless and smooth energy transition. We are the citizens of Europe. We are the citizens of our own countries. And we know that the way it is done now is not most effective. It takes time, it's not very economic. And if there is a misstep in implementation, the results will not be as impressive as if we had a top-down decision to be implemented directly. But we want to take a holistic approach, and that's why we must reach the point that Artur mentioned.
So this target point is the following. All of the social partners and trade unions in particular should be directly involved in the decision-making process. They must be consulted, not only informed. They must actively participate. They must co-decide. And this applies both to consultations with employers and with the government. If this is not the case, workers will not be protected. Their voice will not be heard. Their interests will not be secured to the relevant extent. And from the political and economic perspective, we will not be successful if we abandon this model. Once people in Europe are well aware of that. And these aspects of discussion with trade unions is something that they know very well and they apply. But what needs to follow are some legislative solutions that enable us to reach this high level of maturity at the personal level and at the political level, country-wise and Europe-wise. If this is how we think and how we make our decisions, this holistic approach to problem solving will offer an opportunity for all of us and for Europe. Europe is a living, dynamic entity. The continent is developing, but it's very diverse. We are not the same in Sweden, Spain, and Poland. So, talking about different countries, green energy, its application, we speak of different energy sources. The sun doesn't shine as much in Sweden as in Spain, or in Malta, sorry. Or from our country, where myself and Valentin come from. On the other hand, in Poland, there is a lot of coal. it is very difficult to abandon the old concept of development and acquisition of energy. Such changes cannot happen all the time. It's a long-term inclusive process. Our partners cannot be merely listened to. They must be actively engaged in policy making. They need to be able to actively participate in creating the policy. So let me invite others to speak so that our discussion is as broad as possible.
Adam Olejnik, przewodniczący Międzyzakładowego Związku Zawodowego Odkrywka, największej kopalni w Polsce.
I represent the biggest lignite open pit mine in Poland. So I've been listening to this discussion and it's hard to disagree with scientists who tell us that our planet is burning, with the politicians who say that the planet is burning, that the climate is heating up. But it's not only the problem of Europe. We are not breathing different air, different oxygen. We do not live in a different atmosphere than Russia, India, the United States, Chile, so other countries that continue to extract hard coal or lignite and burn it. I do not want to discuss the matters of climate. I'm not a specialist on climate matters, but we are discussing transition. If Poland accepted the climate package, we need to implement it. But I do not understand the pace that has been imposed, this revolutionary abandonment of coal, immediate abandonment of coal, because this is what it looks like. In Poland, the transition, assuming that we will not launch any new open pit mines and explore hard coal, it should happen on its own because the resources of lignite in Bełchatów, in Turów, well, they will end up by 38-45 if we do not launch new open pit mines. We will have nothing to burn. We will have no coal. But as you have noted, we have huge resources of coal, and as a miner, as a Pole, and the head of the biggest trade union organization in our capital group, I believe we should make use of all the coal possible because it is the cheapest and the most stable energy source, even in the context of war in Ukraine. The energy was based until recently on gas that we were supposed to import from Russia, because the cost of energy production in this way were quite low. But the war in Ukraine has shown us that there is nothing more precious than security. Food security, health security, energy security belongs with the same category. Donald Trump has said that Ukraine, without energy security, would have lost this war in 1 month. And it's true. Let us imagine today Poland without nuclear energy based on wind, on solar panels. And as my colleague has said, we do not have sun that's strong enough to power these panels all year long. We are not Balkans, we are not Spain. Following 1 month, we might get into trouble. We still have the political problem because we are the border state of the EU, and as long as there is a war in Ukraine, there is a risk that we will be attacked until Russia is prevented from doing so. And we can see that the US has no interest in blocking Russia. So we
need to have energy based on coal, and in the meantime, we can focus on building nuclear plants. As a child, I remember information about the plans to construct the nuclear energy in Żarnowiec. It was never built. Now we have a second plan to build a nuclear plant in the Pomerania region, and we still have problems. We already have some problems with the European Commission, local communities, and money. If the European Commission doesn't allow for subsidies for the construction from national funds, it will be hard to build it, even though this power plant will not secure all our energy needs. So there is only one solution that I can see. The solution is to launch new mines. So we should drill, we should open new pits, and we should at the same time invest in renewables. We should also build these nuclear plants, but in the meantime, we should use coal, and the coal should stabilize the system in our country, because as our colleagues have said, until recently, we have used the Ukrainian resources. We know what happened in Portugal, in Spain. So how do we convince our fellow citizens? Since the EU has been financing green activists and convinced also right-wing activists not to protest against these climate lies. And I believe that these are lies, this kind of climate changes have been happening for thousands of years. We have no impact on that, and our industry has no influence upon that. So decarbonization, which is being implemented in such a fast way in Poland, is destroying everything based on coal, steel plants, ship plants, shipyards, and so on. So given this fast pace of change, and looking at what is happening in Romania, yes, in Romania, all the mines were supposed to be decommissioned by 2027. Well, the government decided not to proceed with these plans and not to rely on the expensive imported coal. So the key direction for us to follow is to suspend the ETS system or to withdraw from the ETS tax. Otherwise, as a trade union representative, we will replace lignite and hard coal-based energy on Arias energy. So nobody cares what will happen with Bełchatów, Turów, where people will lose thousands of jobs. Somebody has mentioned green jobs. Well, we have only green grass, and this is where we end up if this green transition proceeds at this pace without any justification. The green transition for Polish government is not important for the government. They only focus on money and on stabilizing energy prices, and nobody talks to us about jobs for miners. We have aging population. We have been working for 40 years in our mines. We have no other option to take advantage of special pension privileges. There are gaps in social security provisions that prevent workers who would like to leave the mining jobs
from taking advantage of some special pension options. So people who have worked for 40 years cannot leave the job and get a decent pension, and young people cannot find work in mines. So we have over 15,000 jobs in Bełchatów, inclusive of the entire cluster. And it's a very high number of people. We are just 5 kilometers away from Germany. If these people don't find an alternative in our country, they will immigrate. So there are no discussions with the government. Recently, we held a meeting at the ministry, and there was the director for the State Assets Department, actually a deputy director for climate, and one more person, a director from the Ministry of Industry. So the representatives of confederations responsible for the mining sector cannot talk with decision makers. People who are being sent to talk to us have little knowledge of what is happening. I don't know if they follow up on our postulates, if they forward it to the right people. We have no policy, and the social partners have not seen any design of any social or industrial policy or the energy policy for that matter. So how to talk with employers, how do we talk with the government about the transition, about this just transition, if this is the case? I, as a trade union member, don't really know how to tell people that we will lose jobs, and we will lose jobs so fast. We have recently visited Germany. We saw how the Germans implemented the transition, and they have plans ready to employ workers, even though they themselves extend the operation cycle of mines. They have decommissioned their nuclear plants. They cannot commission them again. So they are ready to work on areas while supporting the conventional power plants. We will not save the world. We will not remedy the climate. There are bigger countries that combust more coal, and unless they stop doing so, putting so much pressure on our countries, will only ruin our economic and industrial policy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adam. These are very important comments. I really liked what you have said about the pace of transition. All the countries, all the EU member states cannot proceed with the transition at the same pace. This point is crucial. It's not only possible, it's not needed. It's not needed because these countries are not the same geographically, socially, politically. They do not have the same parameters across different fields. Each of them follows its own path. And this is why I completely understand your concern about the pace. To be honest,
It's not about miners who have worked for 40 years and have problems finding their spot in the job market. The fact that the Polish authorities do not know how to talk to you, this is the fundamental issue. However, you have mentioned 2030, 2040, when the system will have to be changed in Poland. So, given this time span, can we influence our governments? Perhaps this question should be addressed to another state. Perhaps the times change enough for these social postulates raised by trade unions are heard, are listened to.
If I may add, well, we've just had elections. There is a different president of the country right now. He comes from a right-winged party, a more conservative party. So we don't know what the government will do, if there will be a reconstruction of the government announced by the Prime Minister in Poland. This government must realize that without the social dialogue, no transition will be successful. Why? Because so far nobody has been honest to us, the workers, the citizens. And let me repeat again, we are investing in things we do not need. What we need today are stable workplaces. There is a war in Ukraine. We are actually improving our defense systems. We are very close to Ukraine. In our country, there is the hub for weapons and other military equipment being brought into Ukraine. Well, I am not a minister, but if I hear that there is money for strengthening our defense system, then I say that we have companies that operate in the energy system, and we want to get enough resources for those companies and for that sector. And we are in a unique position. We have huge resources of coal. I would have never thought we would ever move away from coal mining and lignite mining. Right now, Europe is going away from coal, and Poland should be given a much longer deadline to comply with these policies. We should be given more time to invest in nuclear energy. And this is the only backup plan for us, because renewable energy will never be so efficient in Poland. So what we need is a dialogue with the government. And right now, the dialogue is largely absent, because actually, if they send a director of a department to a conversation with trade unions, it's as if they're just sending a mere employee. And in Bełchatów, most of the jobs are related to the mine and to other companies associated with the mine. There is no other business in which people could work. So there is money for transition. And right now, even if the money is available, someone who has worked in the mining industry for 40 years is not going to retrain into another job. And there is no future for miners because nobody would even employ someone who has worked for 40 years in mining. And the time is of the essence right now. And we want an effective and honest dialogue without any delusions. The government shouldn't avoid engaging in dialogue. We are one of the most representative trade union organizations in Poland, and we want to talk to a minister directly about pensions, about the bridge pensions, about any social security for people who will lose the jobs as a result of this unpredictable transition. So then, if we cannot achieve that, we will go to the streets, unfortunately.
Благодарам, господине Адам, уште еднаш за вашето дообјаснување и за искажаните поенти.
Thank you very much.
Моето прашање.
Thank you very much for explaining this and for
видување и своите размисли. Повелете, господине Педро.
Ok, muito bom dia. Cumprimentar todos os membros aqui do painel. A posição em Portugal é pouco.
Okay, let me speak about Portugal.
Nos vossos países também, mas o diálogo social em Portugal é muito limitado.
I am wondering if our situations are similar. In Portugal, social dialogue is really limited.
A salários, tempos de trabalho, questões de segurança e saúde.
When you speak with the trade unions, it's mostly about salaries, health and safety, and about training. All other topics are simply ignored in meetings with trade unions. Nobody listens to us. And the social dialogue at a deeper level is only pursued between the government and the employers, and we trade unions are excluded from that. Let me give you an overview of the situation in Portugal in the energy sector. In 2010, privatization of various companies has started in the energy sector. They were previously state-owned, and the privatization process started. It roughly started in 2010. And what happened next? A liberal vision for the future was adopted instead of trying to find a strategic vision. Well, the energy sector is crucial to ensure our energy security and energy independence of our country. So the state companies were privatized and a liberal approach was adopted. The companies took over the formerly state-owned energy businesses, and they took over energy distribution and production in Portugal. As a result, in Portugal, energy generation, to a large extent, had to face serious difficulties because all of this was privatized, but that was done without a strategic vision. And most private companies just want to generate more profits, and this is their ultimate goal. They do not perceive the energy sector as a strategic or fundamental sector for the country. And the government seems to have forgotten about that as well. So since that time, any investment made was made by the private companies. That's why Portugal mostly relies on third countries and other businesses to satisfy its energy needs. The colleague here mentioned the blackout in the Iberian Peninsula on the 28th of April this year. On that date, these companies actually they were responsible for that. They should have foreseen that this could happen, and they should have taken some preventative measures because we do not want problems of that kind to have such far-reaching effects as on that day, 28th of April. All over our country, there was a power outage for 12 hours. You can imagine what happened. Companies couldn't issue the bills. There was no internet access. There were no services provided. And these are just a few examples of what happened on that date. It is estimated that the companies generated 2 billion euro losses during that period of 12 hours. So the sector is now in private hands, and the government does not have any measures to ensure the companies invest strategically. And I believe these changes should actually be funded by the companies, by the government, sorry. And it's the taxpayers that actually provide funds for these reforms and changes. So this is what the situation in Portugal is. Everyone sees that the situation is unbearable. Incidents happen, difficult situations happen, and the citizens in Portugal should not depend on a private company being willing or not willing to make investments in our energy security. There is one more thing I wanted to tell you, and this happens in Portugal as well. And this is very vital for our conversation here. A power plant and a heat and power plant were closed down, and a refinery was closed down in Matosinhos, and thousands of people were laid off. Why did this happen? It happened because our government wanted to conform to the Green Deal and wanted to hit the targets that were imposed on us by the European Union as part of the European Green Deal. Well, let me also speak about the future. Can anything be changed? Well, we need to engage in a social dialogue. I am not going to speak about the economic issues or financial issues, but let us focus on the social dialogue because that's why we have met today. Recently in Portugal, we held parliamentary elections, and we can see very similar tendencies reflected in our countries that are also present in other countries in Europe. Far right-wing parties have a majority in the parliament. The second largest party in the parliament is also an extreme right-wing party. And in their policies, they want to strip the trade unionists of many of the rights that they have now. So the situation does not look optimistic for Portugal. I don't think we will increase employee participation in our country. There is no opportunity to strengthen employee representation through trade unions or trade union confederations. And we need that dialogue right now. And we want to come up with working solutions that would be favorable to everyone. We do not just want to find solutions that would be good and beneficial to these private companies. We can do it through social dialogue. That's all. Thank you.
Благодарам и јас на господинот Педро од Португалија кој што ни сподели на
Thank you, Pedro.
важни информации од аспект на тоа.
You gave us some really important information.
Недостатокот на енергија во Португалија цели 12 часа.
And you told us what may happen if electricity is missing for 12 hours, as was the case in Spain. When it comes to diminishing rights of trade unions, I believe it opens a new field for discussion. But since we have only a few minutes until our break, I would suggest that we have a brief break right now. And after the break, we'll hand over the mics to Valentin and to Miguel. And I will also join your discussion so that we could arrive at some common conclusions. If we all agree, now we can have a brief break and then we can ask Miguel and Valentin to speak. Yes, I wanted to ask a favor. Could I speak now? Because at 12:30, I'm actually busy. I need to take a phone call from somebody. So I only wanted to show you my perspective very briefly, if I may.
Buenos días, muchísimas gracias. Soy Miguel Guardiola. Vengo en representación de los empresarios.
Good morning, everyone, and I represent employers from Andalusia. This is a region of Spain located in the south of the country. Just as in Poland and in Portugal, you mentioned the blackout. I wanted to tell you something about our perspective. Since I am from Spain, our system is quite complex. We have producers, we have distributors, we have operators, but we have a very controlled system. We have the energy grid that is managed by a company that is ensuring that the connection between users and producers is there. And it's public, it's owned by the government. So in Spain, we have a very complex energy mix, and over the last decade, we have invested a lot in RES. So RES are the priority both for the European Union and for the Spanish government. And the management of production and distribution is difficult. But still, it is being managed by the government. What I wanted to say, the blackout. The blackout has not yet been clarified. Its reasons have not been clarified. So you may have an opinion about what has happened. People in Portugal may have opinion of what has happened, but we don't know what has happened yet. So I know the opinions of the two key distributors in Spain, and the current theory is as follows. We have very ambitious political goals.
We know the demand, we have the calculations, and this is how we can predict what needs to be produced. So a specific quantity of energy must be produced, and the government decides how. So if we have nuclear energy, PV energy, wind energy, the most stable ones, nuclear energy and hydro energy are being stopped because, let's say, we already have the 60 or 70% of what's needed. However, the managers do not anticipate problems arising from instability. So you can blame the producers who say that solar energy is free of charge. Well, obviously you need investments. But what I wanted to say, to sum up, we did have the blackout. As Pedro has said, 12 hours in some places. We experienced 6-7 hours in the entire country. In some countries, electricity was missing even on the next day. So it was an example of the lack of resilience. At some point, one may get scared. Is it the Third World War? Even some conspiracy theories emerged that Americans want us to start doing something. There were different theories, different conspiracy theories, but in general, we are still waiting for the final conclusions. When it comes to the policy in the energy sector, let me start with some general information. In Spain, the energy sector is aligned with the European goals. We believe that it's very important. It's important for the transition to proceed. But some of the goals of the transition are self-contradictory. There are some problems and they have the consequences, such as the blackout. So the problems may emerge. The European Union has imposed the schedule of implementation, which is not always feasible. We are talking about the energy sector, but we need to bear in mind the capacities of the companies, the consumers, and a number of other elements that come into play. So, imposing the transition, exerting pressure, it's something that has complex outcomes. Do we have the infrastructure to meet the deadlines? Do we have the grid that is able to distribute the electricity? Obviously, we are talking only about the energy generation sector. But if we add to that e-vehicles, where will the energy come from? Where will the cables come from? So that the grid can be extended because of the increased demand. So we do not have the infrastructure. It's a large country with high population. And the situation is challenging. And then when it comes to bureaucracy is really blocking our development. We have projects that cannot go ahead because of bureaucracy.
Despite dialogue, despite good intentions, we have government, we have regional government, and we have local governments, communes. So, it doesn't always work across all levels. And as a result, we have a lot of incongruence, a lot of internal conflicts. There are also some worrying tendencies in our society. It is often pointed out that there is no other way than the energy transition, that we must move ahead. So, the response among citizens is just the opposite. We've been observing some kind of rejection of RES, the lack of acceptance for larger investments that are being suspended because in some communes, some investments have been green-lighted, but they are not being implemented because of this social unrest. So, social dialogue, from our perspective, proceeds as follows. We have a socialist communist government. We have two regions that want to become independent. They are separatist governments. They want to be European, not Spanish. In my region, social dialogue works well. We have a consensus. When it comes to the national level, we are being listened to, but not seeing any outcomes, any tangible outcomes. So I was supposed to take 2 minutes only, and I've been just speaking for 10. So let me tell you, to sum up, we have this long-term perspective that is problematic, extensive bureaucracy, no transparency, at least when it comes to certain decision-making, and eventually we have this management model that doesn't seem to be working well. We have a social dialogue system, but the position of other stakeholders in the energy, in the industry sector is not taken into account, especially when it comes to the food industry, metal industry. Their voices are not always heard, and they should be. And finally, the last problem we've been observing is the lack of preparation, the lack of raising awareness when it comes to MSEs. Thank you very much. Sorry for having taken that much time and for postponing our break, but I unfortunately will not be able to speak after the break. I will be rejoining you, but I will switch off my camera because of this phone call and will join you towards the end of our meeting today. Thank you.
Благодарности до вас, господин Мигуел, за ова што го кажавте, за сета оваа дискусија која што ја имавте. И би сакал да извлечам еве навистина дадовте вие.
Unfortunately, we have no translation, so we cannot provide you with an interpretation into English. Thank you very much, Mikael. You have given us a glimpse of a very important perspective. Your conclusions are crucial. You gave us a chance to get an insight into the functioning of the European energy system. And if this is the system
that works in Spain, that so to split into three parts, it is indeed difficult to communicate the demands of social partners across all levels and hence the conflicts between different levels. I do understand it's highly frustrating that it generates problems to many different stakeholders, especially trade unions, being organizations that know how to act in social dialogue, and the level of bureaucracy, especially at the municipal level, prevents them from acting effectively. Valentin, if you agree, I will give you the floor after the break. And if you don't mind, we will have a break now until 12:40 so that we can rest a bit, and then we will continue with our session. Valentin, do you agree? Okay, so half an hour break until 12:40.
Добре. Почнав на английски, малко и по навика, но добро, мислам дека имавме убаво време за одмор. Дали сме спремни технички
All
сапорт?
right, we are back after the break. I hope you have rested well and that you can now start the afternoon session of our meeting.
Јас наистина уживав во вашите презентации, дискусии, во вашите
It was a great pleasure to listen to your presentations, contributions, and your discussions. And I was really keen on hearing your experiences and related to the policies in the energy sector. And I believe there was a very constructive discussion before the break. I hope that in this spirit of mutual understanding, we will continue our discussions after the break. Valentin, you have signaled that you wanted to speak before the break, so we have booked the time slot for you, and now the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Professor, for giving me the floor. Well, it was a great pleasure for me to listen to the discussions before the break too. And I'm really pleased with what I have heard. However, I would like to draw your attention to one thing. A new thing has emerged in Bulgaria. Apart from energy transition, which is already happening in Bulgaria, there is one more thing happening. We are joining the European Union, and there are a lot of processes associated with that. And actually, it upstaged any problems we had with the energy transition in public discourse. On the 4th of June this year, Bulgaria received its assessment of how it met the criteria. And by January next year, we need to adopt the euro, and we are going to be another member state that will be also present in the eurozone. And actually, these topics have dominated the public discourse and is ever present in the minds of everyone in Bulgaria. However, speaking about the energy transition, I'd like to say that electricity must be accessible, just like our colleague from Poland said. But first of all, it must be there, it must be available. And electricity must be, first of all, available in our countries. In a few days, starting the 1st of July, the market for electricity in Bulgaria is going to be liberated for the consumers in our country. That means the prices will be regulated by a special commission that has been set up for this purpose. And the suppliers will purchase electricity on an exchange. And if the price at the exchange is high, there will be financial instruments provided by the state to subsidize it. That means we are going to pay for the difference. This will create further pressures for social dialogue that will be associated with our energy transition. And let me reiterate what our colleagues from Poland said. The same thing affects our country. Bogumil said many people will be left unemployed. The sector is not ready to start the transition. The government wants to push all the costs to be paid by the regular citizen. In Poland, you speak to 4 different ministries about the transition. In Bulgaria, the same thing seems to be happening. All the ministries, and there are quite a large number of them, are incompetent. People in the ministries lack knowledge about the energy industry. They simply fail to understand the complex topic of energy transition, and that's why they have shifted the burden to our shoulders. And there are also the public interests of all the actors in the transition process. And there are some problems with our laws. And for a year, we have already worked to improve that. 3 years ago in Bulgaria, actually, for the past 3 years, we have held 7 elections to our parliament. Right now, far right-wing parties are present and they form the majority in the parliament, and they are opposing everything and everyone. So there are tensions created as a result of that. And the dialogue is really difficult. Right now, we have huge problems with the laws relating to social insurance. It's difficult even to start a conversation about the topic of training and education. People do not want to retrain. People have worked for energy companies for years, and they are reluctant to start a new profession or a new career. They want to continue working until the end of their professional life in the energy sector, doing the same job they have been doing for the past 40 years. And let's imagine someone working his whole life as a miner, then this person is not willing to become an entrepreneur or a salesperson. They simply want to be a miner for the foreseeable future. So these are the key issues in the Bulgarian sector. On the other hand, the energy system of our state is stable. Apart from nuclear energy, we also have other sources of energy. And soon we are going to build another nuclear plant. There are also some power plants using lignite. And there are some issues with energy supply. So how can we implement a transition if we are unable to generate enough power to satisfy our needs? We also have hydro power plants, and we also have solar power plants. In recent years, a lot of money was invested in PV in Bulgaria. Right now, our state actually wants to produce more and more batteries. And this is quite problematic for the industries that are mostly lignite-based. However, I can still say that the energy situation in our country is stable. So what happened on the 28th of April also happened in Serbia. This means that all the countries are interrelated in terms of our energy systems. So the deficit of energy is a serious issue. It is very important that we have access to energy systems from other countries. And when we struggle with a shortage, we can get energy from another country. Or when you struggle, you can get it from us. And in the Balkans, I must say, our energy systems are related and we can support each other. And also, let us not forget that during some periods, the energy prices are really high, and mostly it's because of the war because of the war in Serbia, and we were not connected at that time to the systems in Central and Western Europe. And in that context, we have to preserve social dialogue. And we need that in order to ensure energy security and in order to have a safe access to energy. And with this, I would like to conclude. And I'd like to say a few words about the Congress that was held a few days ago in Budapest, in Hungary. The Bulgarian delegation attended the Congress, and they were quite enthusiastic about the proposals from Poland to renegotiate the European Green Deal. They postulated that the Green Deal must be made more acceptable. And the European Commission must invest much more in the future to ensure the Green Deal is more acceptable. All these issues were discussed quite openly, very openly by the member states. And it should be done in the same way within the European Union. We need to make the Green Deal more acceptable, and we need to ensure the transition period is acceptable to everyone, and it's achievable. The goals are achievable for everyone. Well, it's not that we do not want to live in a clean environment and breathe clean air and drink clean water. We want a secure future for us. We must realize that the European energy system does not pollute the environment that much compared to the US, compared to China. So we must realize what the future may bring. And we must ensure the Green Deal is made more acceptable, and the European Commission must provide funds to ensure that. We cannot pay for that by ourselves.
Европските политики за енергетскиот сектор и ставовите кои што ги искажавте, включително и оние последните.
Based on what you have shared with us, I must say that the conclusions of the Congress in Budapest, where the Bulgarian delegation was present, the conclusions were as follows. The only way forward is to engage in an open discussion and to actually highlight what the real situation is. And only by doing so, we can resolve any issues that have emerged. And I fully agree with Mr. Valchev And I would like to thank him for presenting this position. And I am seconding his motion to engage in an open and honest dialogue. We don't have time to start a false dialogue, a facade dialogue, because the problems are real and we must find workable solutions to be implemented in our realities. And there is one more thing I'd like to share with you. I realize we need money from the EU. And I'm recalling a meeting in Sofia. You were also present there at that meeting. And there was a discussion between the representatives of the energy sector from various countries, including Poland, Spain, and Italy. I think it was back in 2022. And then we came to a conclusion after a long discussion and after analyzing all the data. And I'd like to remind you that we have come to a conclusion that the European Commission was planning to spend huge amounts of money, and then it actually spent huge amounts of money on green transition and on decarbonization and on energy transition, on changing the way of generating energy power. So billions were spent, or at least were planned to be spent in individual sectors. And they were to be allocated to the different countries, for example, Poland, Romania, and Bulgaria. And this was all as part of the Green Deal. But what happened in the meantime? So that meeting was in 2022, and now it's 2025, and we're almost at half year. And we clearly see these promises have not been met. And so the original plans that the European Commission had for the individual countries, they were not executed. And the reasons they give us for this is, for example, that there was a war in Ukraine. Actually, there is still war in Ukraine. And some of the money was allocated for military purposes because the war is actually happening at the borders of the European Union. So a lot of the funds, a large portion of the funds that were meant to be spent were actually allocated to different purposes. And just like Valentin said, the transition, so moving, actually joining the EU is a more important topic for Bulgaria right now than the green transition or the energy transition. But what does it mean for the Bulgarian economy? Well, we will find out soon enough.
Let me remind you one more time. Across its history, social dialogue has been made of problems and challenges. 100 years ago, the problem was the lack of rights awarded to trade unions, starting with France, with Austria, not to mention the Balkans. Trade unions were illegal organizations. The process of social dialogue involves trade unions proving that they have a right to exist and the fight to keep their position. It's not only about Poland, Romania, Macedonia, or Serbia. These are the countries that I wanted to address. These are the countries in which I want to inspire some courage. Now we are fighting battles our predecessors used to fight before the implementation of the Green Deal and before the advent of the 21st century. Our generation, all of us who are here to solve problems, to win the battles. This is our vocation. And at the end of our day, I wanted to ask ourselves if we have managed to win something. And I believe that all of us will be able to answer this question on their own. In its eschatology, in its nature, in its necessity for existence, social dialogue will always be rife with difficulties. It will be right in the middle of social, economic turmoil. But we still have not found the way to solve problems. We have not found the optimal measure for us to resolve them. However, without social dialogue, we would face dictatorships. Without social dialogue, we would have to resolve conflicts in the future, in the streets, and streets can turn into battlefields. So social dialogue is a security valve. It's a manner to reduce the tension. If we know it, and we do know it, we should explain to our employers that we have such a tool, that we can resolve possible conflicts, because what's the alternative? Fighting in the streets, strikes in mines, in factories. It's something we don't want to use as an argument to impose a social dialogue as a top-down solution. But from a historical perspective, we need to note that the authorities, the power, and workers have always been closely collaborating. This collaboration has always been stricter than the collaboration between all of the social partners. This is a consequence of the very structure of capitalism. The right side and the left side politicians have always found it easier to find a common language with business. And it's often the state who takes the position of the employer, not the best one, let me add. We all know that human nature will not change in decades. Humans are as they are, and we have to collaborate with humans as they are. Valentin, what you have said about the liberalization of energy prices starting from July, the new liberalized way of distributing energy, for sure, will be presented by the business people, pointing towards their interests first. We have to be ready so that we are not taken aback by the sudden changes. And the European Commission will defend the interests of the producers. The state, on the other hand, well, the question is whose interests will it defend? But we, as citizens, we need to be aware of the necessity to defend our own interests, and we have to be ready and prepared to do so. It is an element of this process of maturity that I have mentioned before. I do not want to take up too much time, so I would invite Darina, that Valentin has mentioned. Maybe you, Darina, would like to add something. Or maybe you think it's not needed at this point.
Благодаря, професоре. Добър ден на всички. За тези от вас, за тези участници.
Good afternoon, everybody. If somebody doesn't know me, let me introduce myself. I am an expert from the Federation of Independent Trade Unions in the mining sector. What I want to say right now is more of a continuation of what Mr. Volchev has already said before. When it comes to the energy system in Bulgaria, I have to confirm that the system is stable because we do have balance. This balance, in our case, is achieved through a unique energy mix. So, nuclear energy, coal, hydropower, and right now, the full name is quite long, so it's about combined coal, hydro, solar plant, and it represents our unique mix. Let me just tell you that last year, 30% of electricity in our country came from coal-fueled plants, and in the coldest periods, as much as 50% came from coal. In other countries, such as Portugal or Spain or in Macedonia, the situation was different. Our situation was quite stable because of this mix, and this is how we were able to help our neighbors. What Mr. Volchev has said, that our government is not ready to take up actions for decision-making when it comes to the biggest extraction site. It's because of the fear to disturb this stability, to disturb this existing balance. The authorities are trying to develop multiple variants to be able to at least partially release the huge tension that can be observed among workers. But when it comes to strategic plans, the fact that we have no energy strategy, as some of the colleagues have already said, the last strategy that we developed was adopted in 2020, and right now we have no valid strategy. At the same time, we have one unique document on the integrated plan of the energy system in Bulgaria until 2030. This plan was developed in compliance with European regulations. But the most important assumptions involve low emission energy generation, lower dependency on exported energy resources, and decreasing energy consumption. And on this basis, we were trying to develop our own priorities in the area of energy. What does it mean? First of all, diversifying energy sources, development of components on the energy market, developing different energy sources, improving energy efficiency because of the application of modernized energy technologies. And finally, consumer protection. Consumer protection thanks to just, equitable, transparent, non-discriminatory rules. What does it mean in practice? We are basically trying to implement everything that European directives mandate without any major changes, but we do implement them without having any national vision aligned with our own policy. There is a major disproportion between the ambitious EU goals and the lack of any national goals. On the one hand, this opens a lot of opportunities, but it generates some serious threats. And right now, Bulgaria has different options. It can take the radical path when it comes to industrial development, and decide to produce 100% of energy for its own industrial consumption locally, to put a lot of effort on economic growth, or it may become an exporter of energy in the region. These are not mutually exclusive options, but we should point towards national security. We know that we are living in a very unstable environment. There will be many crises ahead, such as the supply chain disturbances, disruptions of supplies, and all of that requires us to approach energy in a proactive manner. And the key thing is to ensure the physical security of energy supplies, as well as improving the standards of living of people, both in our European market and in the global markets, so that we are able to secure electricity for consumers, businesses, for transportation. What we need, first of all, is a stable power system. I believe it is possible and can be achieved in the following way. We need to harmonize all the participants of the so-called transition process. Why is it so? We know that everything will go in the direction we are already following. We will not be able to go back to the old ways. We can only do our best, work as hard as we can to ensure that the transition is truly just and is not discriminatory towards anyone. Whatever happens, such a discrimination would be very harmful. There are three crucial elements: decentralization, the instrumentalization, and desynchronization. We are not able to do anything if we do not collaborate. It is clear that there are changes ahead. We cannot do anything about it. We need to work together. So this is what I wanted to say, referring to previous comments by Mr. Wojciech. Well, we still have a moment, so maybe I will be able to add a few words later on.
Благодарности от моя страна за вас, госпожа Колева.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Darina, for your contribution. You have mentioned many interesting points, and I'd like to refer to two of them, because I felt inspired by those. Building electrical alliances is an interesting notion. North Macedonia, similarly to Spain and Portugal, had a power outage at some point, just like Spain and Portugal. And we know the consequences. Bulgaria helped us a lot in our predicament. And alliances such as this one can play an important role. And they are, I would say, indispensable. And I also liked another thing that Darina mentioned. Processes happen and there is no going back. We cannot turn back simply. We, as individuals, as humans, have the tendency of looking over our shoulder or regretting what we have done. Even some people older than my generation think fondly back about the communist times. This is because it happened when they were young, and you always think fondly about your youth. But there is time for everything under our sky. We are in the middle of the transition process in Europe. There are also some sub-transition processes involved. And here, Miguel and Valentin mentioned that we shouldn't forcibly implement those processes, and by no means should we accelerate them, because we're not ready for them yet. And if one thing happens in one of the European countries, this does not mean other countries will experience this in the same way. Our countries differ from each other. Today, from the early morning, we have been discussing national challenges, and we have been discussing challenges facing social dialogue at the national level. And we have come to a conclusion that sometimes what our countries need is contrary to what the EU policies impose. Looking at Bulgaria, we need to consider whether we are correct in implementing the EU policies in a direct way. Because then, at the national level, we simply become passive, and we wait for someone else to do the job for us. I have come here from a country that was known as the Yugoslavia. And Belgrade was its capital city in the past. Right now, there is another hub, also starting with B, and it's the center of activity, and it's Brussels. We mustn't allow that the social dialogue at the national level becomes dependent on any external factors, including EU factors. And we mustn't allow ourselves to sit and wait for others to do the job for us. Mr. Valchev shared with us some conclusions from the conference in Budapest. And he said that conversations have started and trade unions have already formulated some postulates about the background processes underlying the green transition, and also what the actual role of individual countries in that transition is, and what their path will be. So for me, that means progress, but not everybody has to agree with me. So we are moving towards a situation in which we could be involved in the decision-making process. So I call it progress. Thank you, Darina, for what you have shared with us. Would anyone else like to speak? Mr. Szymon from Poland, would you like to take the floor? And also I can see that Artur has raised his hand. Mr. Szymon, would you like to take the floor now? Yes, but just bear with me because I have to disconnect one thing in my computer. Okay, so hello, my name is Szymon, and I am a worker of a hard coal mine, and I live in a municipality with 3 big plants related to the energy industry. So there is one hard coal mine and also one steel plant, and another company as well. First of all, I'd like to tell you what drew my attention in the motto of our meeting. And also, I'd like to find an answer to the question, what is the key element of the energy transition? And also, my other question would be, what is the happy end for this process, for this entire process? And also, what is the role of the energy business? Because I have this feeling that everything boils down to the question, who will profit the most from energy transition? Which country, which company, which corporation? So who will profit the most from energy transition? Right now, we are an enlightened society, and we realize and we know that the technologies that we employ now, so coal burning, and we've been doing this for years, we realize these technologies are obsolete and we need to be more progressive. We need to use technologies that are more efficient and safer, better for the environment. And this is already happening. So we employ new technologies right now. And let me ask a question here. Is this the transition we are talking about, and which is painted to us as a mature process that you need to transform or you need to develop? Or is this just a process that will be mostly around decommissioning in return of short-term monetary gains? So the consequences for the regions affected by the transition are quite substantial. I have lived in my region. It's a 20,000 citizens municipality. And the three companies I mentioned already employ roughly 10,000 people. And what happens in this town, in this municipality, when these three companies disappear? Because right now, I believe, and the workers in those companies believe, that when the workplaces in the energy sector are disappear, new workplaces need to be created in other industries, and then we will be able to embrace the transition. Okay, so when we were growing up and attending school, we looked at the labor market and we looked at what job we should learn and where we should buy a home or a flat. So we chose a career at a certain point of our lives. And for some people, it will be easier to retrain. For young people, for example, because most of us are used to having to learn all the time and training and improving your skills. It's not that we just want to do the same job until we retire. So we are enlightened and we know we must develop, we know we must train. But this is true for us, the people working above the ground. The situation is different for the people working in the mine below the ground. They have also made that decision. They have sacrificed their life and health, and they have worked for 10 years or 20 years, and they will fight to keep those job places because they have made a decision at some point. And they became committed to that mine. Maybe some of them will find a job and they will continue a career elsewhere. But those people who will soon, the young people who will soon enter the labor market, they also realize that there is progress happening and that everything is evolving, and they also need to adapt to the changing circumstances. So I believe the process of decommissioning the industrial sectors based on fossil fuels need to take place over time. It should take place in stages. So our country needs to adapt to generating energy in a different way, but it will take time. We'll need time, and it has to be done in a peaceful way, not abruptly, and without imposing anything on us. It shouldn't be a race who will make the most profit out of this transition. We should set ourselves clear goals, and it shouldn't be about profit. Right now, the mine I am working at will be closed in the next 3 years. And also the steel plant may also be closed down in 3 years or in 5 years' time. The same will happen for the third company, and it's mostly because the energy prices are soaring and it's not profitable for them anymore to manufacture. And this is the price my region is going to pay for transition. And we didn't get anything in return. No money was allocated to our region to create new jobs. The only thing we were offered are severance payments. So our people will be left behind simply, and only the strongest will survive this process. Thank you very much for letting me share this in this forum. And I believe the energy transition is inevitable, but let it be a true transition and not just a process of decommissioning plant after plant. Thank you. Thank you very much, Szymon, for voicing your concerns. You have given us your point of view, and this is a point of view of someone who is directly involved in the transition as a worker. And you are very much affected, not only you, but also your family, by this transition. That's why your point of view is precious, because you have given us first-hand information. You were someone who is in the front line, simply, and you are going to be affected by this transition. You are a worker of the energy sector, but also you are a trade unionist. I look at this from a different perspective. I work closely with trade unions, and also I am a professor that focuses on this particular section of the market. You have asked some questions, and we must find answers. What is the flow of funds in green transition? If we find a precise answer to this question, then we will gain a new perspective, and we will understand this green transition and energy transition better. I believe that Szymon has given us some meaningful conclusions, but I can see that Artur also wants to make his point. So Artur, over to you. It will be a very short comment. Well, it is a very complex and broad topic. We have correctly concluded that it's very important what the end result is and what our direction is and what we want to achieve, even by holding this debate today. For me, the most important things I have heard today is the importance of social dialogue in Europe. And I'm really happy hearing this. The trade unions have strengthened their position, and we are all very much aware of the crisis, of what is happening, of what the consequences will be. And the politicians do not have that knowledge yet. And I believe we should speak to a broader group of people and speak about what is going on in the entire union. We should not just speak about what's happening in one country, even though it has its own environment and circumstances, but we should speak about what's going on in the entire union, because this will help us to strengthen the energy system and interconnect this system. So each country should definitely build a resilient energy system so that not only it feels secure, but it can help out another country in trouble. So I believe countries have the duty to contribute to a strong energy policy for entire Europe. And the European policies are very much based on the European transition, about energy transition now. Well, the energy transition was promised as something that would be an opportunity to develop. But we have lost that. We forgot about development. We start decommissioning and closing down without thinking what effect it will have in the future. We have to speak openly about threats and about problems and concerns so that politicians understand what the problems are, and they advocate our cause as well, and not just speak to us what we need to do. So we need to speak in a united voice at the European Forum to ensure we can develop. So development is very important, but security is important as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These are fantastic conclusions. You have described the situation perfectly and defined the postulates that we should present and we should analyze. You have said something very important. We are starting to analyze our educational system. So the time has come to sum up what has been done. The presentation has not been concluded yet. Our discussion has been so lively that I have not noticed the time that has passed. I myself have also prepared a conclusion, and I believe the time has come for us to start moving slowly towards the end. We will still have some time for presentations from our colleagues from the industry in the future. I started with a leitmotif, and now I want to go back to the very deep meaning of our discussion. If European policies are analyzed without taking into account national energy policies, we will not have true social dialogue. The dialogue will be a true social dialogue that will be able to respond to our needs only when European policies are combined together within a single platform, unifying EU level and national energy policies. So, when it comes to the conclusions that could be drawn from your presentations, European policies need to take into account national performances, the specificity of specific countries, and use it as a basis to construct a single vision to implement joint transition while abstaining from any pressure to accelerate the transition because the systems of specific countries need to be ready to proceed with the transition that is yet to come. Arthur has mentioned that we need to take into account the development of new energy systems and then transform the jobs, taking into account of the prevention measures. Especially preventing the job loss. And in these areas, what's necessary is to replace them with relevant structures. Relevant structures ensuring competitiveness in the job market, or the integration with a system that guarantees certain social rights. Parties to social dialogue must remain active in shaping energy policies at the national level. These actors should include trade unions who have the expertise, experience, as well as mechanisms enabling them to produce the best solutions possible. Politicians and policies at the national level, at the EU level, need to switch to vision-based thinking. What does it mean? The point is not to adopt a law, a directive that is then imposed in a top-down manner into the national law, but to ensure that we are able to free ourselves from carbon-based energy while being able to answer the question, what will it mean for the energy system, for the jobs? How will that impact social problems? And only then will we be able to develop social dialogue. And ensure that we are a global player in these global processes. We need to have a strategic vision that takes into account global problems, European problems, and EU's global policy. So, on the one hand, we have the US, we have Russia, we have India, we have South America. And let me also mention that Uruguay is one of the fastest growing countries in America. We have Taiwan and other states. Chile, Paraguay, in South America, they are growing really fast. They are not pointing towards decarbonization, but in first priority, they are working towards growth. As Arthur, Mr. Koleva have said, we need to work together, speak in one voice. And this in particular is the role for the trade unions. We need to both represent employers and employees and try to reconcile their best interests without forgetting the best interests of workers and all citizens, all people. If this voice is not strong enough, as our colleagues from Poland have mentioned, it will not be translated into actions. We need to be active. We need to be engaged in the processes that we ourselves have launched. So, EU cannot shape policies we blindly follow. We need to be actively participating in them. We need to listen. We need to observe as true social partners. And here I'm referring mostly to the trade unions. We also have in here employers from the private sector. They represent a particularly important and strong bloc. They need to be engaged in the social dialogue also to make sure that we are able to create and define policies that are long-term, effective. Now, the policies can be split into real policies and good policies. Some seem to us to be good, but they are not real. The ideal would be to reach a situation when a real policy is also a good policy. Sometimes we are under the illusion that we are doing something good, but it's not true. It tends to go back to us like a boomerang, and these short-term successes in the long run turn out to represent a huge failure. We may have the impression of moving all the time, but in fact, we are moving around. So is it a true movement if we are just moving and moving and moving and moving around? Is this the policy of a state, of a trade union? Doesn't matter. What matters is we shouldn't be misled by the illusion of movement. That may be a movement just in circles. So let me now conclude and ask Mr. Valentin to give us the final word, followed by Gordana, so that we can ensure the evaluation of today's meeting and draw some conclusions. Valentin, the floor is yours.
Господин Богомил, да се обратите накратко?
Ja tylko na chwileczkę, jeżeli można, i przepraszam bardzo lidera tego projektu.
So what I wanted to say is that I have a proposal, if I may. We are social partners from Poland. We would like to do the following and wanted to ask if it's possible. Let's write a letter inclusive of all of the problems that we as the Polish party have mentioned, and we could suggest some conclusions, our comments, our goals. If we had such a letter prepared, then we could use our own channels to add to the document. If it has any impact on the final document and perhaps on the final pressure on the decision makers, we would love to do so. And I believe it would be also very useful for you when it comes to the development of this final document. It's just a proposal from our side, and I already have the approval on the part of my colleagues, so we can proceed with that. Thank you.
Благодарам, господине Богомил, за предлогот. Само да ве прашам.
Thank you, Bogumil, for your proposal. I fully agree with what you have said. Please write a letter. My question is, who should be the addressee of the letter?
Извештајот кој што ќе го подготвувам подоцна во рамки на проектот.
Should the addressee be the social partners or just myself for the use in making the final report? Yes, so we wanted to prepare it for you so that it could be reflected in the document that you will develop, yes. So we do not want to think about a separate document, but a part of what you will make.
Секако се слагам, направете го писмото и слободно испратете го преку Гордана, значи која што го координира во позадина проектот и ќе ми значат, но секако и во одредените национални извештаи, националните експерти ќе подготвуваат извештаи, така да би било добро да ги усогласите двата документа, и националните извештаи и писмото кое што сакате, но слободно, со задоволство ќе го примам и ќе го изанализирам и ќе го употребам тоа во рамки на финалниот репорт кој што ќе го спремаме во проект.
Yes, please go ahead, but please consult with national experts because we are also having some experts from Poland writing the national report. Thank you. Yes, I would also like to be involved, and if I may contribute something, I would gladly do so. Yes, Alexandra, great, thank you.
За дискусија или за предлог, тогаш би го поканил господинот Валентин Волчев да се приклучи со завршен збор и полека да го заокружуваме денешното дружење онлайн. Повелете, Валентин.
Okay, so if we have no other speakers, let me hand over the mic to Valentin. Thank you, Professor Lazar. I agree with the proposal by Bogumil, and I hope that soon we will get your document that we will incorporate in the final one. I would like to thank all of you for being here with us today. It's been very fruitful and productive. I hope that both Lazar and all of the participants are very satisfied with the outcome. I would like to thank our interpreters, and I wanted to ask Gordana to tell us something about the next steps to take as part of our project before the final conference that will take place next year in Poland. Gordana, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Valentin, and thank you, Lazar, for leading this international consultation session. It has been really productive and fruitful, as you always do. And thank you to all participants and experts who have been participating in this discussion and give their suggestions and ideas for improving the PEESD project. Hereby in chat, I have sent you the Facebook profile of the project. I would kindly ask you to open this link, Facebook page, and to click like and follow, because in this page we are uploading all the news what are going on within the project. It is very important that you also share with your members and to invite as many possible members to click like and follow on this Facebook page, so we can increase the visibility of the project and the EU foundation of this project. It would be very useful if you share it on your social media organizations, and afterwards you send us a print screen that you have done it. This print screen of dissemination of the project Facebook page is very important, because we are submitting reports. The interim report has been submitted and it is in process of approval, and in 1 year we are going to submit the final report, and we should have proofs that all partner organization has disseminate the work and the results of this project. So once again, a moment ago, there have been 17 followers, and it is really small numbers. So I really encourage you to click like and follow of this page. So I believe that right now we will have at least 20 before the meeting. Yeah, 19. It's very good. Thank you. And please continue sharing with your members and inviting them. This is one of the things. The project PEESD, as you know, shall finish next year by the end of March. And most of the activities we have already done in the first half of the project implementation. And right now, after this European level consultation meeting, Mr. Lazar is ready to start preparing the small report of 10 pages, which is going to be a policy proposals, thanks to these discussions and what Mr. Bogumil and other invited experts would like to share with him in written. So if you have anything to share with Mr. Lazar, please send it to your contact person, and they are going to forward it to me, and I will forward to Mr. Lazar. The next steps of these projects are preparation of the e-platform. Within this project, there is going to be an electronic platform as a resource, as a place where you can find all information, all reports from all different countries, translated on English and on your native language. So on this page, there are going to be all project results, and you can share this platform with your members. The next thing is preparation of EU level policy proposal, a document of 20 pages. It will be also prepared by Mr. Lazar. This is going to be an activity that shall be finished, both tasks, by the end of October. About you don't need to do anything, except if you want to send to Mr. Lazar any proposals. I would kindly invite you to do this by the end of this week. So this could be the, let's call it a time frame, or latest next Monday, please. But we would appreciate if you could do it now while it is still fresh. So send all your notes for preparation of the policy document, so we can send it to Mr. Lazar. Afterwards, let's say you are free, and then until October, Mr. Lazar is going to work to prepare the platform and the policy documents. And afterwards, from October until December, there are dissemination activities. I'm going to send you emails to disseminate the project video, to disseminate the project newsletters, And next year, at the start of February, we should meet face-to-face in Poland. So there is the final conference, which should take place in Poland. It is one-day meeting, and two participants from each partner organization are going to be invited. There is going to be interpretation as you have it now. So there is only one meeting, final conference next year in start of February. About the date, you will know it somewhere in end of December or something like that. So we could organize ourselves for the trip. That's it. I would really like to thank you for being here. Thank you, Lazar. Thank you, Valentin. Thank you, all of you. And please do not forget to share the Facebook page with your friends, colleagues, and members of your organization, so we can increase the visibility of the project. Have a nice week ahead and keep in touch. Okay, bye.
Thank you. Bye to all.
Bye.